Greetings, everybody. My name is Coinstamp, and welcome on in to another session of Elden Ring Reforged, Deathless, all content, fire spells only. Before we get started, since I am late, I will take the opportunity to unfoobar my wires and then, catch up with chat. Let's start with the green and red apps. I do not see anything here. And checking for all of live chat. I don't see anything on the red app. Greetings to Mr. Jason. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind. And I do hope you enjoy your stay, good sir. Mr. Jason says, 75 truly wonderful streams, good sir. Plus more. Too true. Thank you for the stream streak. I really appreciate it. Before we get started, for real, let's play the camera mini game, and I can thank our wonderful contributors during this month's cycle. Oh, right. I do have to fix the webcam. Apparently, let's see, is the actual webcam copy here? I think it is. No, where's the real thing? Oh, it's here. Let's fix that. Or actually, hold on. That's weird. I should be right there. I think I might have to restart the camera. 1 second. There we go. Welcome on in, Angie Philosopher. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. Sorry for that snafu there. Camera was misbehaving because I had unplugged and replugged a bunch of stuff. You've come in right at the beginning. I'm glad you're here at the beginning for what that's worth. Means you get to see this process. Before we truly get started, I would like to take the opportunity to thank each and every one of our lovely contributors during this month's cycle. If you guys want your name on this placard, these placards, which I read every time the stream starts, once the ads have died down, all you guys got to do is chuck some change at me. The purchase or maintenance of any subscription or membership package, as well as a one-time donation of $2 or more, is enough to get your name on these placards at the start of for each and every stream for the month cycle. Thank you to Just Me Carly and Shiny of Hyrule Nest for their Prime and Tier 1 subscriptions on Twitch. Thank you to Mr. Fent for gifting subscriptions to Nice One M and Troll Castle King Jason. Please do also enjoy the benefits and privileges that come along with that subscription package. Thank you very much. Thank you to Mr. Gordo Goku for their Valkyrie tier Patreon membership over on Patreon. Please do enjoy the benefits and privileges that come along with that subscription package. Thank you to Mr. Rasby the Player for their continued maintenance of the Valkyrie tier membership over on Coffee. Please do enjoy the benefits and privileges of such a membership package. And finally, while I do not have any one-off contributors during this month's cycle, I would like to thank people such as Housequaker or Mr. User 11 who have donated in the past. Your donations are one of the more direct ways to support yours truly, and I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Welcome on in, Mr. Gordo Goku. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully things are going as well as they can be for you, and that you personally are doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. I'm feeling much better, to answer the second half of that statement, so thank you for that. Mr. Jason says, before you went live, you were just in an Animal Crossing New Horizons stream. You used your first time chat with a joke. By the end of the stream, end of that stream for tomorrow, you had provided the dream address for your island for said streamer. So now you can measure your stick with someone new. Too true. The stick measuring contest will truly never end, huh? I mean, stick measuring is better than some other things that could be happening. Let's go ahead and do this. When an actual real run starts, I should probably... Sex. Thank you for the redemption, Mr. Shiny. Welcome on in. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you are doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. Good sir. You've come in just in time for the beginning, and I was just about to do or make a slight bit of bookkeeping for future reference. In terms of when an actual run starts, we have to start at this screen. Like, I want people to get used to this theme. I'm telling you now, it's part of the hitless rules, which you guys can find by typing in !ER hitless or asterisk ER hitless if you're on YouTube. If you are on Kick, I have changed the symbol used because the pound sign was not working very well. That symbol is the caret. Let's see if that works. Let's do a quick test. And do enjoy your lurk. I hope you enjoy your stay. I'm trying to not allude to people doing that too much. Mr. Gordagoku says, could be better, but prayers for your mom. She has found out she has cancer. Please forgive you for not being here more than usual. No apologies required. I appreciate that you're thinking of me. But, yeah, please, everyone, do give your thoughts and prayers and happiness to Mr. Gordagoku. He could really use it. Cancer is not fun at all. No matter if you're the person dealing with it or you're helping another person deal with it. Cancer sucks. I've lost a lot of family to cancer. Quite a handful of them. You know, the women on my mom's side the women on my dad's side are known for having to deal with a heightened risk of cervical cancer. And, well, the rest of my family has different associated risks elsewhere. So I know what that pain is like on a lot of different levels. Please give him, and his mom by extension, all of the love in your hearts. Truly. As human beings, if nothing else. You're very welcome, Mr. Gordagoku, anytime. As I've already said on the Discord, and I will not repeat that again, you know, we're here for you. Go take care of your mom. Go be with her. I think that's important. I will be here. I will be here until I can no longer be here. Period. Just make sure... Okay, cool. Let's load the game. I have updated the hitless split tracker with a lot of splits. I decided I think that would be a better practice moving forward is as I scout out locations. Mr. Gordagoku says, just don't die today. Yes, I do not intend to do that. We've all had most of us here have had our fair share with the dance of death, or that feeling. Some part of that is, of course, a joke and in good clean jest, and some other part of that is, you know, alluding seriously to myself more than anything else. Let me go ahead and close the internet. So, last time, we went through we started carving through some bosses. We ended up, with defeating Bloodhound Knight Darrowell. And we got the reward for, Blythe's quest. We got ourselves a referral to a blacksmith and an item, which I'm feeling pretty happy about. Mr. Jason says you'd still think that Kenneth is almost at the height of his power. Understandable. Have a nice day. Hashtag recycled jokes. Our goal today, I mean, I don't know if I want to keep making hardcore goals like this, but if I could get to, say, maybe up here, over at Summon Water Village, I would like to do that, because that's going to be our first real test, our first real challenge. Angie Philosopher says he's only truly at the height of his power when he's in Fort Height. Too true. Too true. Okay, so we gotta head over there to Fort Height, so I guess, let's get over there. And before we do, we're gonna clear out a little bit of the Mistwood. There are some rune pieces that are worth picking up in there, and of course it is bloody raining. You know, what else is new? This game just does not like giving me anything, does it? It really does not. But we're gonna clear out a little bit of the Mistwood. Why? Because there is a rune piece in there. I can also show you guys the spot where there are a lot of rune bears at. If you want to go die early, you're more than welcome to do that if you're playing through Reforged for yourself, or even baseline Elden Ring. Yeah, even baseline Elden Ring. Look at that. Look, I didn't even have to get over there, and the rune bear is not happy with my presence at all. And there are multiple of them. There are like 3 or 4 all in that like same area. But that lake is the spot where you can get, what the heck is that? It is the spot where you can get a lot of gold fireflies and a few other items. Mr. Shiny says, ah yes, America. The character players love to dress in one peculiar piece of clothing. Is it the deathbed smalls, Mr. Shiny? Time to get out of here. I heard that. Yeah, did I mention there are also bats out this way? Yeah, the Mistwood is not a fun place to be. I'm wanting to head over toward like this side of the Mistwood, because that is where we will find 1 or 2 rune pieces, or, you know, a graveyard. A sacrificial twig, I definitely wanted that. Those could be useful. I still have to count them as deaths, but if we need to, like, do something else, and it requires, like, a forced death, or something along those lines, or we just want the runes. If we just want the runes, the sacrificial twigs are not half bad to sell. Might also be better to hunt these rune pieces at night. Mr. Shiny says, not sure about the name, but there's a mod that makes Marika quite a revealing outfit. Ah, fair. It's probably the deathbed smalls. That's like the thing that I think about when I think about revealing content, or, you know, cut clothes, that would either get people in trouble, or, you know, make people raise eyebrows. Yeah, it's the deathbed smalls. That's Fia's uncut underwear. If people are like, what the heck are the deathbed smalls? It's It's underwear. That's why it's cut. And you could originally hack them in to your base copy of Elden Ring, like before the DLC and everything. You could like cheat in the item. Just gonna grab these delicious hard runes without there being too many problems. Excuse me, pardon me. I just want these items. All I want are the items. I know there's one like, yeah, there's one up there. Mr. Jason says, if there were multiplayer here and you had the game, Mr. Coin would certainly be playing with mods. Well, yeah, no, that is true. And I do recognize the joke. I do recognize the joke. The thing is this, though. Because it's a mod, you cannot natively play multiplayer. The anti-cheat programs that come with Elden Ring will perma-ban you off the online platform. However, there are mods which allow this. And Elden Ring Reforged actually comes with its own multiplayer server. So if you are all using the same program, you can, in fact, play some PvP. That is something you can do. There's also a separate mod called Seamless Co-op, which is, there are some separate instructions to get it Reforged compatible, but all of those instructions are packed in the README of the game's files. So all you literally have to do is follow the instructions, and you could be playing co-op with your friends and your moderators. Yes, that is a thing that can happen. Hashtag not sponsored by Starbucks. Mr. Shiny says Elden Ring mods with mods. Exactly. I believe you can also do the same thing with the Convergence. I think there are instructions with that particular overhaul mod that are Convergence compatible. So yeah, Seamless Co-op is great. I just don't have really anyone to do what I want to do with Elden Ring Reforged, so I play it by myself. Plus, in Hitless or Deathless, you're not allowed to have those kinds of companions anyway. Unless you make like a special challenge rules. The closest thing I can think of is, I remember when Cheese Whiz, or no, I think it was Cheese Whiz. I'm not 100% sure of that streamer. And Squillakilla. I do remember, two Canadian streamers visiting each other and literally playing Bloodborne with one controller. One guy held the left hand of the controller, and the other guy held the right hand of the controller. One was responsible for dodging and moving, and the other was responsible for parrying and attacking. It was great. Mr. Jason says, you could ban all the room bears, good sir. But like in the chat, you would only do things in moderation. I hear ya. I'm going to head down toward the beachhead here, and I'm going to hope there's another rune piece. That's why I came out all this way, was to find the rune pieces. I usually have like 120 or 100 riding into the legacy dungeon of Stormvale Castle. This game does have dungeons. They're called legacy dungeons. They're places where you can't take Torrent with you, and you're kind of forced to just, I'm sorry, game, let me pick that up, please. They are essentially places where, you usually find a shard bearer in the legacy dungeon. That's not always true, but usually the legacy dungeons house the shard bearers. So they act as places where you get great runes at. Assuming my memory has not went into the crapper somewhere in the meantime. Mr. Jason says, to be fair, good sir, it is probably best for you to continue playing this on your own. For one, you don't want to want me to risk a ban. And for two, you don't think having a troll level creator would keep the balance very fair. That's fair. That's fair. And I would only get a ban. Here's the thing. This is why I pointed out that Reforged has its own servers. If you play according to those servers, you're fine. It's if you take the mod, load up regular Elden Ring, and try to play it online. If you do that, you will get banned. But you have to, like... You really have to go out of your way in order to do that with Reforged. It's almost impossible to do that. And I mean, if that does happen, don't come crying to, you know, Team Reforged about that. They're not going to help. Just, you know, follow the instructions and you'll be fine. Maybe at a later point we can, I can open up the game to, some seamless co-op bingo card. I think that might be, in the cards. But only after we've either started a real run or, you know, our routing just does not work out. Like, we can always do something like that. What I want is over here. Let's see, I think one of the rune pieces is back here. We're at Fort Height right now. We just haven't stepped in there yet. Yep, here's one of them. And the fort does have an enemy, in here that we need to get. There are only 2 of them in the entire game. Yeah, there are only 2 of them in the entire game, and if we can legitimately lock ourselves out if we don't get of 100% codex if we don't get them. It's kind of gnarly. How easily you can miss just from doing that. Mr. Jason says, once you've become the Elden Lord, you will ask me, good sir, once again if you wish to save the Mushroom Kingdom. If I become the Elden Lord in routing, we're starting a real run. Like I said before, last time, or, you know, we're doing the routing. We haven't even yet begun a run. We're trying to just make sure that nothing has changed since the last time I actually did a run. So that might be a very long time, good sir. You go on to say, though, you'll ask me, good sir, once again, if you wish to save the Mushroom Kingdom. That answer, at least in that form, will always be no. I know it's boring winning by default, but... I do not have the constitution for trolls, I guess is what I will say. I enjoy watching a good troll, don't get me wrong, but I do not have the constitution to endure them myself. I would get, frothing mad in some instances. And we do need to clear out the fort, or it doesn't count. Come on, back this way. Come on, big boy. Really? Yeah, when I leap down those rocks, I fall down. Someone else goes down those rocks, and they track just fine. Mr. Jason says, speaking of the Mushroom Kingdom, good sir, very slight spoiler. In 1 month on Sunday, it'll be the release of the Super Mario Galaxy movie. You sure can't wait for the third movie that confirms that the true villains were the troll level creators all along. I mean, the first and second movie have both confirmed fish. Fish. Did Mario get slapped by fish? Is that what happened? That would be hilarious if that were the case. Okay, and now we know Big Boy is coming. Hold on, I gotta focus a little bit while dealing with these. I also gotta be careful I don't fall off the cliff edge here. Okay. Mr. Jason says, indeed, good sir. In the first movie, he did indeed get feashed. Nice. I'm sure people in the movie theaters were laughing at that one. Okay. So that part was actually the easy part. Believe it or not, this part was the easy part. The hard part is going to be coming in and getting immediately assaulted by explosive pots. So it's kind of, I kind of need to free aim this section. There are also some rats that are going to come out of hiding. That's also going to be a thing that happens. Luckily, and this is one of the reasons why I went out of my way to get the Dragon Communion Seal and opted to use it, was we can literally have these attacks reach through walls to get enemies. Much like how I did, and no one has context for this, this was a favorite tactic of mine when in the Dark Souls 3 whip-only run. The whip didn't have good collision back then. And they were also weak weapons, so you really needed to take every advantage you could get. And that means attacking through walls, if you can. Not glitch the bosses out or attempt to fight them out of their arena, but other enemies were fair game, more or less. And those guys are wicked accurate with the flame pot as well. Like that. Or yeah, even just walking in, they can peg you a little bit with one of these. It's really not fun to deal with. You kind of have to keep your eye on the projectiles, or you're either getting blasted with like that. I gotta watch him. And there's another one up there. Dude, you were not supposed to be... You were supposed to be back there doing that. Fun tip. If you ever see these ballistae out in the field and you're low on FP, you can hit them and get your FP back that way. This is a really cool trick I use when I'm in forts like this in order to conserve flasks. It's the little stuff. They have a certain amount of health too, so you can't do it forever, but if forts come with more than one ballista or ballistae, you should take advantage of it. Just little tips and tricks that I like to sprinkle in while we're doing stuff like this. Now, our guy is up there. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get him to, like, come out and then walk away. And it's very important we don't sprint while we're dashing. That will create extra noise. Like that. Okay, now we can come and take this guy out. And I do want the ability to, Blood Obsessed Knight, let's go. This was the guy that, Kenneth Haidt was talking about earlier when he was talking about, you know, a despot obsessed with blood. If you notice, some of the slashes have blood on them. Like a blood-caked blade kind of thing. That was extremely delayed. Oh yeah, there were also guys in the interior. Oh, another neat feature that is baseline Elden Ring, but they're a little bit more noticeable here. You see these little spikes? These are actually summoning obelisks. The obelisks these are what lets you summon things into the world in the first place. So if you ever actually go in, if you ever actually, like, go in and remove these, you will be unable to summon spirits here. Mr. Jason says, that they love Bumblebubs' channel, good sir. She once forgot to acknowledge a redeem, and someone jokingly said, the first scandal. So today she said, there are no scandals. I just needed to read a message fully first. So of course, Mr. Jason says, what scandals? Her appointed advisor and Chief Justice here does not see any scandals. Too true. Too true. Angie Philosopher says, DC Seal R2 putting in work. Exactly. Yes, I know it is not the best seal or anything, but, like I said, it is a good early game seal. Being able to R2 when I need it is a big deal. That is a super big deal. Mr. Jason says, and the cap exemplifies that you're being totally honest. Right. Of course the kappa emphasizes that, and not anything else, clearly. Okay, yeah, they all kind of came out of here, which makes sense. We didn't need the cookbook, but I'm gonna take it. There are going to be lots of cookbooks that go to waste, or recipe booklets that go to waste. I'm not necessarily collecting those. That isn't quite what all content means. It usually just means kill everything that is significant. That's at least that's my understanding of what an all content run is. I could be wrong though. You know, I will. We're in the routing phase for a reason. I can adjust things as needed as I find out more information, or I start visiting some places. Let me go check that out. As I find more places that corroborate that definition for us. Mr. Jason says, all content will show all content. Too true. Too true, Mr. Jason. Too true. You're personally content with the coin tent. I appreciate that, good sir. Blood Mad Knights guard the secret to the Grand Lift. Grand Lift. Each half's location is etched in its sibling. So there is another fort that is way up here, and actually, I'm sorry, it's over here. There's a fort in this direction that has the other blood-obsessed knight in it, and they guard the other medallion. The medallion we just picked up was the Deathless lift medallion. Let me see if I can't find it. Yeah, the Deathless medallion, which you need in order to actually unlock the Deathless lift. What was the hotkey for progressing the next split again? Oh, I actually don't even have that unlocked for some reason. All right, Shift F3. There we go. And I can actually see it this time. Out of curiosity, and for those that are, watching, how do the splits look? Are the splits readable? They're underneath me on the right-hand side. Are they readable? And do things make sense? The only thing I haven't tracked is like the personal best. Which is like or not a personal best, but the difference in splits. Because otherwise it would extend into actual real estate. Angie Philosopher says they're readable? Good. That's what I want to see. I do want to see that. And we gotta go back and talk to Kenneth again. Of note, I should also make something clear. Right now, if I wanted to install a horse skin, I can do that. But for the hitless rules, I'll actually have to take all that stuff out, all the extra DLLs and stuff out when the run starts. I'm not allowed to have anything that isn't considered part of vanilla plus ERR itself, for the record. Yeah, that's not permissible. So I don't want us to get used to having the extra frills that come with DLL I may find interesting for the routing or practice. Because that's not a thing. That can't be a thing for real runs. I don't know why. I actually kind of know why that's the case, because all of the hitless rules are for baseline Elden Ring. And they need to be able to judge the authenticity of the run. However, I get a feeling, and I hope I'm wrong, I'd like to be wrong, but I'm thinking the committee is going to throw out the run because it's modded more than anything, and in which case, why the heck does that matter? I'll just make sure the horse skins or other DLL mods aren't actually impacting the bottom line technical skill of the run.
I've been waiting for you with bated breath. Did you manage to recapture my fort? Oh, excellent news. Just wonderful. And the knight's dead to boot. Well done, my friend. Well done indeed. I knew I was right to trust you. Now, here's your reward, as promised. Go ahead. It's all yours.
It's an okay dagger. It's fine. It's pretty to look at, and you could sell it.
Right then. Time for me to head to the fort. I've much to do. First, I'll have to re-establish communication with the demi-humans. What's that look? You don't believe me? Well, under the Earth Tree, commingling with the demi-humans is made possible. Even the vulgar shall not be left behind, under the rule of true order. Which is why I, Kenneth Height, next in line as the rightful ruler of Limgrave, have sworn to uphold it. Just you watch, my friend. Just you watch. Ah, yes. I've been meaning to ask. Would you like to enter my service? I see bright things in your future, stout warrior. Enter into my service and learn the workings of the Erdtree's true order. And who knows? Perhaps sometime down the line, the grace of gold will return to those tarnished eyes of yours. What say you? A fine accord, is it not?
It's just asinine.
Very well indeed. I knew I saw something in you. I shall await you at my fort. We shall hold a ceremony for your knighting there, I think. I see great things ahead of us. We are truly by the Erdtree blessed.
Are you gonna be... This guy never gets less hoity and toity, though.
Right then. Time for me to head to the fort. I've much to do. First, I'll have to re-establish communication with the demi-humans.
And we're not... I did not mean to do this. Silly Xbox controller. I mashed the button, though. I've got no one to blame. We're not quite done with Fort Height. I probably need to actually put this back, because we got to go through it again to talk to our dear chap, Kenneth. We got to talk to him again. Set up some quests, among other things. So that's going to be through here. No archers this time, or soldiers. Now there are demi-humans. Come right this way. Step right into my office. Wow, pathetic. I'm not cheating, but it does certainly feel like cheating, though. And I still ended up getting tagged anyway. Come back here. Quit being a coward. Angie Philosopher says the crowd control is disgusting. Holy shit. Yes, it is. Like I said, I like this seal early. I did try to carry it into the end game when it was stronger, and you could do that, but, you know, I'm gonna miss the crowd control when we get the, I believe our, okay, so technically best in slot, if I'm looking at my notes, let me just shuffle some things over now that I've got the ratios all adjusted. So the Frenzied Flame seal is best in slot for catalysts, which is totally fine. If I absolutely need to swing that, you know, we're gonna have to do all content anyway, so we're gonna get this seal. We are gonna do that. But if I can, I would much rather rock Vare's Bouquet, which is about 20 points of spell power behind the Frenzied Flame seal when it's fully upgraded. You know, and this is talking about Vare's Bouquet plus 10. I would like to keep my build that I built up during the early game rather than have to shuffle it all out for late game. I would really rather do that. If I have to, though, I will swallow my pride and try to find some way to swap over to Faith when it'll serve me better. Like a Faith build when it'll serve me better, is what I will say. But right now, the early game Arcane build is very, 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 very useful. Let's talk to Kenneth so we're not staring at this dingy fort anymore.
You, is it? I suppose suppose you must have seen it by now, yes. The sorry state of my fort. Oh, indeed, it is a foul fate for a land to be without a ruler. One must be found with haste, and not that awful Godric, but a true and stalwart lord of the proper lineage to take the reins of Limgrave. I'm sorry to have lifted your hopes, but I haven't the authority to raise you to knighthood as things stand. The great Kenneth Height issues his sincerest apology. But now, I must begin my search post-haste for a true and stalwart lord of the proper lineage to take the reins of Limgrave. I must begin my search post for a true...
Well, we were looking forward to being a knight, and yeah, I'm not particularly surprised that happened. This is don't trust glimmerous fops, everybody. That's what I got to say about that. 10 points to anyone who can get the glimmerous fop reference, because I'm pulling an obscure, a semi-obscure reference there. But let's go around this lift area, or the minor Erd tree. That's what this drawing represents. I want to go there because there is a rune piece in that general direction. I know there is. I collected it during the piloting. And then we should be good to go. Should be good to go. Make that 2 rune pieces. Not just 1, but 2. 2 for the price of 1. Something like that. Oh, I hadn't even visited this merchant yet. How terrible of me.
Welcome, valued customer. Come, trade in our wandering emporium. Please, buy something. I'm hungry. I've been hungry so long. Please?
Let's see, this guy, yeah, we do need this specific item right here. I don't care for the exalted flesh. I'm gonna leave that here. Melee builds will want this. This cookbook because it actually increases melee damage, melee attack power, but it has no use for us, so it stays right here.
How nice, please.
Instead, I'm going to clear out our hard runes that we've found. I'll take whatever help I can get. Don't need ground slam, bloody slash, or gravitas. If you guys were looking for an all items playthrough, this ain't gonna be it. Sorry. Maybe I'll do a regular playthrough sometime instead of the recorded routing I tried to do. Maybe I'll do that. Okay. Don't need any of those. And we don't use heavy attacks. I don't... Angie Philosopher, you might know this one. Do you know if the charged heavy... I don't think this is a charged heavy. I don't think the catalysts are charged heavies. So I don't think they work with the Axe Talisman. I don't know if you happen to know that, but I would be curious if you did know anything. I'm going to avoid selling that for right now. Angie Philosopher says you highly doubt that it does. I also highly doubt that as well. I'm in the same boat. I'll do some additional research, but Angie Philosopher says there's another talisman in late game that interacts with Catalyst R2s. Okay. And if I know there's a talisman that actually interacts with those, I will go ahead and sell this then. Thank you for that. Much appreciated. I'll hold on to the twigs for right now. We're in routing. I may end up needing 1 or 2. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. I really appreciate everyone's time that they've spent here. It means the world to me. It would also mean the world if you could electrify my algorithm by following my Twitch channel, subscribing to my YouTube channel, liking the video and or streams on YouTube, and even leaving a comment. Doing all of those things ensures that when I zap your feeds with a live or a long-form content notification, you don't have to worry about missing any quality content. Thank you guys for sitting through that. That is the part of content creation I do not particularly care for, but it has to happen. You guys have been a wonderful audience so far. We do take commercial breaks at the top of each and every hour, so in about 3.5 minutes from now, there will be a timer that sits across from where my webcam is. It'll read 3 minutes and 0 seconds. And during that time, the ads will play. I'll be getting up and getting a stretch and doing some other stuff. I highly recommend you guys do the same thing. You know, to make your break pass by faster. I structure these breaks quite specifically because I don't want people subbing to me to get rid of the shitty experience. That's poison. That is cancer to entertainment. I get it, but I would rather people sub to me or donate to me or otherwise support me because they actually like the content and not because Hurt Dirt Twitch made cable TV 2.0 on the internet. That's why I structure things this way. That said, when the timer does reach 0 minutes and 0 seconds, and regardless of how you've chosen to spend your time, I'll be back at my desk and we can pick up where we left off. It's kind of a rote procedure. I have this almost down to a science. The only other time I take unscripted breaks is if I have to like go to the restroom or something, then I'll run a 30-second ad or something. But that's really about it, and I still even have an overlay for that. That way, you guys know when you guys are free to generally step away from the keyboard or your phone or something for a short while. I don't care if that loses me money. I care more about the viewer experience. I can't be. I guess that's just kind of where I sit when it comes to the practices of streaming platforms as a whole. I have still not determined what these flames are yet. I need to upload the clip into the Reforged Discord and ask about this. I just kind of bump into them and nothing really happens. I think they might be part of a puzzle. Collect 5. I am going to write that down under general notes, so give me just a second. Without reloading. 5 in a row without reloading. Okay. I'm going to put that in the beginning and credit you accordingly, Angie Philosopher. Thank you. Okay, I have written that down in the routing document and have credited you accordingly. Thank you again for that. If I don't know if I'm gonna go out of my way to collect 5 of those, but I will try to keep my eye out, and hopefully it'll happen sometime during routing. That said, we'll pick up back up from here in just a short while. See you guys after the break. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. Let's catch up with the apps, and then we can keep moving. I think I'm gonna have to, like, not have streamer.bot on like servicing Kick. Like, I think I'm gonna have to, like, constantly log out and log in to refresh it, or figure out what else to do. Because that, like Kick, people cannot be having app service outages over that. So I don't know what I'm gonna do, but I'm gonna do something. Let's see. I do not see. Yep, I do not see. I did not mean to close that window. Let's fix that. All right, let's continue onward. I'm trying to think where 5 of those white sparks might be. I think they're generally in the Mistwood area. And I think we've collected, what, 1 or 2 of them? I guess we should try to, like, find 5 of these. Sure. Let's see if I can't, like... There was 1 up here on this hill. I know that. I know there's at least 1 or 2 in the Mistwood Ruins area. And I think there's like 1 or 2 along the edges of the mountain if we look for them. And I have to do this without resting or reloading the game. Okay. I know there's 1 up here. What's up, Mr. Jason? Oh, right. I literally can't do that. Like, I literally don't think I'm allowed to do this. Mr. Jason says, apart from needing a coffee earlier today was the second day where you felt all right and not tired? Nice. Need a coffee? Like caffeinated coffee, not decaf, right? Like the proper, you know, Java juice, as they say. Okay, so there's 2. Yeah. Have you? Let me ask this, if you don't mind answering, and if I've overstepped, tell me. Have you been has there been an uptick in caffeine lately, like caffeine consumption? Black tea, chocolate, that sort of thing. I should say, has there been an uptick in consumption of that for you? It's going to be tough finding 5 of these. I'll tell you what. If I knew where 5 of them were offhand, this would be an easy test, but I don't know how much time I want to spend looking for this type of thing. But I guess it's all part of the routing experience. Mr. Jason says, not really good, sir, just 1 per day. And as for chocolate, you have 18 boxes of the fancy stuff and have not used any of them. Okay. I guess I was checking for caffeine withdrawal is what was going on. That's why I asked that. But you're telling me you don't regularly have enough caffeine for there to be a withdrawal or any of that sort of thing. So I'm kind of worried about that. I hope you get some answers on that sooner rather than later in your lifetime. Because dealing with constant exhaustion kind of stinks. My sibling deals with that type of thing. They have POTS. I'd have to go look at what the acronym means again, but it is a circulatory system problem, or a pulmonary. No, circulatory system is like blood vessels. Pulmonary is like breathing, lungs, that type of thing. And they get tired very, 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 very easily. Like, to the point where they do kind of need the wheelchair sometimes if they want to, like, you know, be active elsewhere. Let me just do that. I know out here somewhere is another one of these, like, white sparks. I hope these are in centralized areas and not I gotta go over all of, you know, Limgrave's creation to find them, or wherever else. They're in Mistwood. Okay. Gotcha. Here's another one. I believe this makes 3. And of course I can't open the map. Alright, let's go into bear country. And we probably got to stay in the wooded area as well. That's probably also got to happen. But I'm curious as to what this does. I should deal with you. Maybe there's one around the lake area? You'd think that the lake would be labeled on this map, but it's not. I'm sorry, what? Did I attract a rune bear? I did attract a rune bear. Let's get ready then. Come on. Come on, big boy. Right this way.
Let's give him a squeeze.
Thank you for that redemption, Angie Philosopher. Yeah, let's give him a squeeze. That's supposed to be on the right-hand side. Okay, focus. Focus. I'm not doing a very good job at that. Okay. If I lock the heck in, I can take them out. Okay. Late game rune bears, though, whole different thing. Like, there are some that are going to be underground in the Altus area, near like the underground area under there. I forget the name already. That's those rune bears are rough. What's up, Mr. Jason? The deep root depth. That's right, Angie Philosopher. Thank you for that. Mr. Jason says, this one streamer that you mod for, because of course you do, got quite emotional today. Oh, they've not streamed for a long while, and they messaged a few people that they know in real life. So it wasn't too lonely on stream today, and no, everyone turned up. It was lovely. That's awesome. I'm glad to hear that. That's fantastic. I hope that person is doing a lot better today, because I know life is freaking rough right now. I'm out of stamina here. Yeah, I got hit for that. Hold on, I'll be able to lock it or deal with this in a second. I just also don't want to press the overlay every time there's a rune bear on the screen. There we go. I make them look easy, but I promise you I usually do not deal with these in a normal playthrough. They are not at all worth the trouble, especially if you get more than one of them. You can kiss your life goodbye. Mr. Jason says your day gets better each day that you're in it, good sir. I appreciate that. And your life is generally good anyway. I try to remember the same thing. I have a blessed life. I have folks that are willing to help, you know, take care of me and shoulder my burdens. I do try to remember that. It's just what people have to understand is that I am the son of a U.S. military veteran. And in military families, you are often told to cultivate a stoic spirit. And you should be self-sufficient. Self-sufficient or not rely on... Not rely on others, but rely on them sparingly. Don't break or burden them with your problems, or they're not going to be there for you when you actually need them. And you could inflict your suffering onto them, that kind of thing. Mr. Jason says, so more than one of these creatures could be unbearable. You're right about that. That is generally true. They are quite unbearable. There should almost never be a scenario where you get two of them, though. You would have to do some sincere kiting to make that happen. But I think the only place where you could probably bump into that would be like Altus Plateau. Yeah, I think that's like the only place where there are a couple of them close together. And even then, it's well, if you kite them away far enough, you never have to worry about it. So I try to be a steely individual and not always bring up my problems in front of people. I apologize for moving at the speed of snail. I'm trying to find these open sparks of light. Because I want to know what they do. Are they even worth going for? Or is it going to be a waste of time? That kind of thing. And the only way for me to know is to, like, prowl every inch of the mistwood in an attempt to find them. We found 3. We just need to find 2 more. And who knows where they are. And see, I know I'm already retreading ground that I have tread through. This is where the Hero's Path feature from Tears of the Kingdom would be very, very useful. Because I could save myself some pain. I should be using my compass to help me go places I've not been. Okay, that makes number 4. Look, there are 2 rune bears literally right here. And one has already spotted us. Look at that. Never mind, you can find some early ones right in the game, if you know where to look. Okay, please tell me there's only one of them that I'm hearing right now. Nice snap pivot, rune bear. Yeah, turns out you don't even have to go to Altus. Yay! Said no one ever. As Angie Philosopher has also said. Oh, that was close. I could have gotten a rune bear hug, like bear hug, and probably would have died literally right there. This is going to be worth some level ups, assuming I don't muck it up. How are we supposed to get that? Please tell me that's just jumping off the back of Torrent and not something else. I might need to do something else here. We'll see. Torrent double jump? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It looks about that height. I did not mean to do that. Is that a bear? That is a regular old bear. Oh, okay. Fantastic. Fantastic. Talk, you know, bark crap and get hit, I guess. Oh, wait, what? Oh, we already collected one somewhere? I guess we must have collected one somewhere, and I didn't realize it. Okay, interesting. What did we get? This, if it looked like an incantation, it is. Conjures spirit-imbued flames to illuminate the area and boost HP restoration. An incantation of Erdtree worship. When locked onto conjures a spirit-imbued flame that drifts before you, illuminating the area. Allies in the vicinity gain improved HP restoration, so better healing. And allies in the vicinity, when locked onto a foe, the spirit will attempt to linger near it. Great roots lay entwined beneath the soil, each a river through which spirits flow to the Erdtree. It is these spirits that manifest as great avatars to keep the golden peace. I guess this is part of all content, so I should probably write that in somewhere. Where do I want to do that? I guess it would be right after the Fort Heights segment. And it would be over there. Okay, I've added that as a split. Let's go fry up old Baldy, shall we? That's got to get done. And you guys will know who Baldy is when you see him, I promise. But let's get some juicy level ups. I think we have like 5.
Let my hand share them with me.
Yeah, we do.
Your thoughts,
so it's
your ambitions.
1 point there, and then put the rest in index until we get to 19. Mr. Jason says, "You truly love Reddit, good sir. Someone on Animal Crossing New Horizons time traveled a lot, and so the in-game bulletin board had many posts mentioning that it was almost Tulin's birthday. And so they took a screenshot and made a post titled, 'You think Tulin's birthday might be coming up?' You can find anything on Reddit if you know where to look. I am not kidding on that. I think there's a rune piece in this direction I never grabbed. I guess we could do that like right now. It's like in this clump of disaster here, if I'm remembering right, which I might not be. Mr. Jason says, what? Even the official Mr. Coin subreddit? I don't think I've made one. I can make one. If people want. I think I feel a little too self-indulgent if I make a subreddit like that. Okay, you're getting the... Alright, fine. These guys are surprisingly annoying in packs. Mr. Jason says, the Mr. Coin subreddit, home of original coin tent. What would I even put on it, though? I can't put my stream footage on that. There's got to be, like, something else. Maybe that's where the food pictures can go. I'm not sure. I want to put my food pictures of food places. Yes. Of food places. Get it? A few.
Sure, Dan.
Dang it. Dang it. Anyway. But I do want to put those a few places. I know Mastodon is going to be one of them, and Instagram is going to be another. But I'm wondering if that subreddit really should just be slices of Coin's life. I don't know about that. I feel a little too self-indulgent just thinking about it. I don't know. Here's a question I guess I could ask folks. How do you guys feel about your favorite content creators posting things on Instagram or Tumblr or, you know, insert something else here? I think there's a rune piece out in this general direction is why I'm going out this way. Isn't there more to that ridge than that? I think there's supposed to be. Yeah, here it is. Here's the rest. I was kind of concerned that I had just bumped into the wrong end of one. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, while it might not mean anything, there was an official graphic saying one day pertaining to the Pokemon Presents tomorrow, and the top half of the one was gold and the bottom half of the one was silver. Ah, so you suspect a port or something along those lines is coming to the Nintendo Switch Online Network, right? Think that's what that would mean? Assuming that I know how Nintendo branding and signaling works, and I haven't messed up somewhere along the way. Let me be careful and not get hit here. Angie Philosopher says they're not really on any social media and you wouldn't have it any other way. Any other day. It's such a cesspool in this day and age. Yeah, I hear you on that. It is a cesspit, absolutely. Honestly, the only reason I have social media is to A, keep up with friends that I'm not in close contact with anymore, and B, perhaps more importantly is, you know, as someone who does make content, we kind of all have to play the social media game. Like we all all of us kind of have to have a social media influence or presence somewhere, and I'm not an exception to that rule. Promise. I'm just not very good at it. Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason is actually hoping that the Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver remakes come to the Nintendo Switch. Good sir, you would love them. The last time that you saw Johto, or that we saw Johto, was on the Nintendo DS. Fair. Fair. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin does not make content. Mr. Coin makes cointent. I know. Branding, right? Yeah, I'm aware. I wanted the rune pieces. That's why we went back there. Let's go greet our infamous friend, shall we? I don't mind if people post things in social media. I'm kind of in the middle. I think it has potential to do a lot of good. It keeps the world informed of other people's movement. I think there's a lot of subtleties in that, but the way that social media has been applied now is in a very toxic capacity. Humans were not really meant to keep up with world news this way all the time. It's exhausting. It is utterly exhausting. But I wouldn't have it. I would have it another way, but I would like to keep the aspect of knowing about the news. I do think it's important, And it makes the social media and the internet writ large make it a lot harder for governments to hoodwink us or say, hey, yeah, this thing is totally, that we're doing is totally good for you and you should listen to us. The Thing, going to war with X country. It also gives the opportunity for the accused and the abused to have representation out there, because even though they might not be able to get on social media, other people can, and they can spread the word about lots of stuff. I think there's a good middle ground to be had. It just kind of sucks that now the correct answer seems to be more throw social media in the trash, do it over again, do it better this time, or do away with it. It doesn't have to be that way, but we're at the point now where things being that way might be better overall. And that's sad. Yeah, I'm just gonna, one of the nice things about, another nice thing about the R2 here is that it still restores FP. And I get to sit a little bit further back when, than Catch Flame would allow me to. It is slower, but I'm safer when I use it, generally speaking. You know, things like demi-humans being excluded, of course. Okay, let me just... I'm trying to think of... I think I could tag these without much problem. I believe I can. Wait, why am I in combat? There shouldn't be anything in combat with me. Oh, it's the dragonfly. That's why. Yeah, that took me a second to look. Get out of here. Let me sneak. Let me see if I can't sneak here. I can. This thing is great. Did I mention how great this communion seal is? It's not BIS, but it is so good. Why is there a dragonfly? Okay, I thought I was still in combat for that reason. I was going to be upset, but oh yeah. I forgot to add this to that. There we go. All right, let's go. Ow. Those Verduvia hits really hurt. Yeah, stay back. I'm telling you, NPCs don't know what to do with this particular spell. They just don't. And what good did all that dodging do you, Neregis? What good did that do you? You gave me a pretty good run for my money, but in the end, you died all the same. Although, no, I'm pretty sure I could have taken him out even without Yura's help. But let's go talk to him as well and advance that quest line. Surge O Flame is one of the best purchases I think I've ever made in this throughout my history of trying to do this run or route for this run.
Ah, we meet again. To have fought Nereus and lived. You must have seen your share of battle. I am Yura, as you may recall. Hunter of bloody fingers, tarnished, held in thrall by cessblood. Zealots, who stalk their own. You stay the path. You're certain to face more of them. Just remember, no kinship with their ilk remains. Their madness precludes it. Don't let your emotions stay your blade. Be on your way. Perhaps we will meet again. If fate permits.
Perhaps. Oh, I'm quite sure we will, Yura. I'm quite sure we will, and perhaps in slightly more dire circumstances. Yeah, Surge O Flame has been fantastic. MVP of every NPC Phantom Invasion I have had thus far. Even what's his face? Recusant Henricus, even with him hyper armoring through some of it, the spell has been incredible. It is my answer to any PvP engagement. Is just put the FP on full blast and let it burn, baby, burn. That's what I got to say about that. Let's see. Okay, we have enough oil for this. You gonna come this way or not? He did. He did come this way. And then he hit me. It's not fun. Frick. And they're throwing pots of filth at me? Cool. Step into my office. Or, as our dear friend Astaroth from the Soul Calibur series would say,
Disintegrate!
Sorry, I just had to test the new soundboard button. It's fantastic. I'm gonna make a few more of those. It just only now, when some of my time has been freed up to focus on script writing and other stuff, can I now actually make more soundboards again. I have not forgotten the request for check-ins or other stuff. I promise. I have not stopped thinking about that or stopped working on it. I just had to put that down in the interim. That's all. All right, Baldy. I'm gonna check for rune pieces you're hiding, and then you're a dead man.
Well. Thought you'd just help yourself to a man's personal belongings, huh? You scheming little thief.
The gods demand no such thing, although you do hyper armor through that. Good to know. Yeah, okay, and yeah, the jumping attack does do that.
Wait, please. I surrender.
Pathetic.
Dragon Orb.
Pathetic. Fight like a real man. Fight like a real human being.
Finally come round, have you? Well, I knew you would. You're a man of reason. True and true. Ah. Well, what do you know? You're tarnished, like me. Now, how did I get that wrong? I took you for a demi-human or some such. But an innocent mistake, I assure you.
Demi-humans are squat and hairy. How do you make that mistake?
How about we play nice from now on?
Only because of all content patches do I have to play nice with you. Only because of all content do I have to play nice with you. Take your forgiveness and shove it.
A true man of reason. Just what I like about you. I'm Patches. Patches the untethered. Tarnished like you, only free-spirited. Nomadic, you might say. Only for now, those retired soldiers turned bandits. They're paying for my gruel. In exchange for my, well, showing them the ropes. But honestly, this looting racket is bloody terrifying. Frankly, I'm ready to wash my hands clean. Maybe set up a legitimate shop. So don't be a stranger. I'll be ready to wheel and deal come next time. Don't forget to pop back for another visit, friend. I'll be ready.
Yes, yes. He more or less says the same thing. There's really no difference. We are gonna pay him a visit because there is actually something on his person. I think maybe even 2 things on his person we need to get, and he is the one that sells them. We don't have to necessarily get those things here, but why not get them here as opposed to somewhere else, right? You know, why do later when we can do earlier? Just carefully walk around that this time. And then, yeah, we can ignore all that. This cave here, the Murkwater Cave, if, there's an encampment right here that'll teach you about sound-activated traps, or activated traps in general. If you don't get that experience there, you will get that experience here in Murkwater Cave. I'll show you guys what that is when we get to it. But for now, alright, Baldy, talk to me.
Well, nice of you to drop in. It's all a bit ad hoc, but I'm sure you'll find something. And welcome to Patches Emporium.
Sorry, I have to keep reminding myself not to,
Top notch.
I have to remind myself that you guys have not seen this dialogue, and, where I am wanting to show that during the routing so that I can button mash through it when we are doing a real run.
Yeah, I had those bandits make a clean break. Now they're all suppliers. No good ones at that. I mean, they don't understand a word I'm saying, but it hardly matters. We have a natural connection. They're all foot soldiers, survivors of a defeated army, worked to the bone by their high and mighty lord, only to be thrown out with the rubbish.
Sure.
It's the same old story everywhere I go. To hell with it all.
Oh, give it a rest.
That's what I got to say about that.
Wondering what's inside the treasure chest. Well, it's nothing too special. Just something I'm saving as thanks for a very valuable customer. But then again, it would fetch some spectacular coin. And besides, this valuable customer could be a long time coming. Huh? Everything is give and take. Give and take.
Sure, Patches. I believe that about as much as I could believe throwing you out the door. Yeah, we want Margit's shackle. This will be useful right in the beginning, and we want The Missionary's Cookbook. There's also a Stone Sword Key, which I also want, which I may or may not be able to get. We'll see. We'll see. We'll just sell all of that. Don't need it. 2K already. What's up, Mr. Jason? You're very thankful to Mr. Sheba for a rather lovely title. I'm so close. I don't think any of my catalysts upgrade. Any of the catalysts that I intend to use upgrade using the using like standard smithing stones. Mr. Jason says one that you now have in Bumble Bubs' community. Ah, that I see. That'll do it. All right, let's get that key. Shoddily made overpriced key, but a key all the same.
Cheers for that.
Okay, what's next on my splits? Keep going up the river is what I understand this to be. Okay. I guess we're gonna redistribute our flasks accordingly, and then we will head toward that cave. Not the High Justiciar title. I'm trying to think of that title. I'll remember it eventually, but I think the High Justiciar was partly my doing, if I remember right. I'm the one that brought that into the lexicon, as it were. I'm gonna make it morning, actually. Oh, yeah, I need to consider... We actually do need to consider, where I would like to slot this in at. I also need to buy the memory stone while I'm thinking of it. But I guess that'll have to happen later. So many little subtasks, that you don't think about or don't think you need to do until much later kind of become necessary optimizations in a challenge run, like the one we're gearing up to try to do. We want to head this way. I also think this is the first time we're tackling spirit jellies in an enemy form. They are not. Oh, I know where that came from. That was... God, where did I tackle these the first time? I forget. Oh, well. It wasn't for the Godric, like, foot soldiers, spirit ash. Don't need any of that, thank you very much. Just gonna ignore them. Welcome to the Murkwater Catacombs. And in here, we're going to be dealing with the Grave Warden Duelist. He'll be fun. You guys will love him when you see him. I promise. Absolutely love him. I'm sorry, I definitely pressed R2 video game. Don't think I don't see you up there. Oh yeah, this is another thing these imps are very good at. It is hiding in plain sight or through camouflage. They often hide in the shadows or among the stonework. You can actually get ambushed by imps pretty easily if you're not paying attention. It's something I have learned through many, many deaths, is to never, ever, like, forget to look around corners or look up or down or try to pay attention to the fine detail work. Some of them even have platforms. Come on, come a little bit closer. Pity. I was hoping they'd set that pressure plate off. You can also use the floor traps to your advantage, though, to, like, take out rather unfortunate positioning errors that you may have made that you've unwittingly pulled enemies into, or footwork that you've messed up on. Never forget the environment. It's often your best source of damage in a lot of instances. There's no better weapon than the environment. Okay. I'm trying to remember. There's one up here, I think. I'm sorry. Did that imp just duck under that? I guess so. Welcome on in, Mr. Tension. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in the middle of some good progress routing. We've almost made it to what I was looking to do today. Almost. We're not quite there, but actually we're a bit closer to like halfway there, but good to stay positive. How goes the Twilight Princess HD? I think that's what you were doing the last time you and I talked. How's that going? Ow. All right, sure. I'm curious about your exploits, or if you've picked up any new games to play while you're working on that one. Not all of the Zeldas require like your absolute attention in order to get 100% in them. To my knowledge, really only the Wild Era or Skyward Sword require that. Mr. Tension says, you love it, Mr. Coin. You don't have the HD because the original comes with mirror mode. Ah, okay. Nice. Nice. Yeah, how is the... I assumed it was HD, but yeah, how's the original port going for you? This is going to require my focus, so everyone do feel free to keep talking if you want, but I do need to lock in a second. Mr. Tension says you got 6 hearts so far and beat 2 temples. Awesome. Awesome. I love to see that. You know what? I am gonna wait until after our lovely ad storm comes on in. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna be smart. I'm glad to hear it, Mr. Tension. I'm glad that you think it looks great, or that it is great to look at for you, for what that's worth. Let me turn this way and wait. I do think I might be slightly late coming back from this particular commercial break. I can feel nature calling me, which is code for, you know, having to take care of business in the gendered rooms, so to speak, the men's room, and you hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. Let's just say my body's not that happy. I know I've already chatted away about you guys supporting me for free. You all being here is enough for me, but if you want to support my work further and more directly, I have a couple of easy options for you. Available to everyone through either Twitch or YouTube. You can check right under the Twitch video player in the About Me section or the bottom of the YouTube description. Once on the link tree, Patreon will have a peace-shaped logo, Coffee has a panel, Kick, Twitch, and YouTube have icons next to each other. My Instagram, Blue Sky page, and Discord server take up the remaining icons. Available only to those on Twitch are the other easy options. The bits purchases at the top banner on twitch.tv, spendable for any of the power-up rewards or as direct bits donations on Twitch, or the subscribe button near the chat panel. You'd take my heart out of its Faraday cage if you click on that Patreon or the coffee. But again, you guys simply being here is enough. Thanks for listening to that stuffy and boring explanation. Now, back to the content. Thank you guys for listening to that. It's a part of content creation I don't care for, but it's got to get done. And I will read all the messages in just a minute. We do take commercial breaks around here at the top of each and every hour. There will be one in about 3.5 minutes from now. And to the left of my webcam, when that time comes, there will be a timer that reads 3 minutes and 0 seconds. And during that time, the ads will be playing. I'll be getting up and getting a stretch and doing other stuff. I highly recommend you guys do the same thing. It'll make the break pass by faster. But pass the time in whatever way you like. Once that time is over and the timer reads 0 minutes and 0 seconds, we will pick right back up where we left off. I'm going to read these quickly, and then hopefully it shouldn't take longer than 2 to 3 minutes to wrap up and kill this boss. Mr. Tension says you definitely motivate. I definitely motivate you, Mr. Coin, for sure. I'm glad that I motivate you. And you left a like, Mr. Coin. Thank you. I appreciate it. It means a lot. Unfortunately, I do have to hide my face for a second while we do this. See you guys on the other side. Wow, that didn't take long. How did it? Fantastic. And I think it'll be just in time for the commercial break, which will be coming in about 60 seconds even. Pretty quick kill. Usually I have a wolf or two die. I'm glad that didn't happen today. Thank you, Mr. Tension. Thank you. Let's port back, and we'll wait until the commercial break to pick up where we left off. I don't know how I'm going to deal with this during an actual real run. I have no clue how that's happening. That'll have to be something I think about a bit closer to the due date of a real run, Sorry about that. I'm back. That urge never really arrived, so that was fun to kind of sit through and wait for it to pass. Anything on the red or green apps? No, I don't see anything. Welcome back, Mr. Jason. Good to see you. Good to see you again, and thank you. Thank you for that. Let's skedaddle. We got places to be and things to do, shall we? Our next location is up here somewhere, up above us. So we're gonna take a spirit spring on out of here. I would say we're making good progress. We've hit the halfway mark and we're about halfway through. I think we're making fantastic progress. I just hope, you know, we don't get slowed down by mistakes of sorts. That would be awful. Mr. Tension says you're buying the Resident Evil tonight, Mr. Coin. Nice. Nice. I hope that's a smooth, easy purchase for you. I truly do. Ow. Yeah, these things do love taking swipes at you. You're very welcome, Mr. Tension, anytime. And although the game is not my cup of tea, I do hope you enjoy it. Oh, hello? I'm sorry, what? Yeah, you'd be surprised at just how little distance a regular flame sling actually travels. The flame sling is like a close range spell, unless you charge it, and then it's like a medium distance spell. Frick. I was hoping not to have to deal with you. Oh well. We deal. We play ball, I guess. There are lots of these giant land octopi too that are that we're gonna have to come after and kill. And because it's raining, all our fire damage does take a little longer to burn off these limbs. Why do I go out of my way to attack the octopi limbs like this? One reason is that if they reach half health, they will actually rip off their arms to eat them and then full heal from it. I am not kidding. These land octopi are pretty freaking metal. Mr. Attention says the only reason that you're getting it is because you beat all the rest of them. Fair. Oh, so you're a Resident Evil fan overall? Is that, would that be an apt description? I'm gonna use this time to heal up and run out of the way. Uh-oh, yep. Quickly kill that. There we go. Okay. Pigeon says, yeah, you grew up on the movies and games. Nice. How did you find the Resident Evil movies to be? I could not I mean, I already kind of only watched, like, trailer snippets. So I couldn't really stand much of it, but I do hear that the movies had generally mixed reception, if I'm correct in what I remember reading. So I am curious to get opinions from someone who generally likes the franchise, to say the least. Anything up here? No, I didn't think so. You'd think there'd be a rune piece lying in the midst of this, but there is not. I believe here the game is going to tell us about one of the Elden Ring Reforged mechanics that's a little bit more infamous. Latent Spirit Springs. Mr. Titchin says the first one was great and the other one was action-packed. Okay, that's cool. I mean, I'm glad that the movies were at least somewhat well received anyway. It had all the main characters. Makes sense. An idle gathering of winds means that a spirit spring may awaken in this area. Spirit spring stormhawks control the winds, preventing the currents from carrying your spirit speed. They may be found either high above or far below latent spirit springs, obscured by stormy gales until approached. Reveal and defeat the spirit spring stormhawk, and the spirit... I said reveal and defeat the spirit spring stormhawk, and the spirit spring will come to life, unlocking a permanent shortcut. This one, you really kind of don't have to do, but it's all content, so we're going to do it. Let me get a little bit further away from the land octopus here, and I'm going to write that into the splits. Because although these things are not bosses, their pattern is, well, let's say kind of hard to manage. And this is without, like, area scaling or what happens when a hawk is on level with you. And I'll finish with a critical attack. Yay for that. Okay, so I think the rune piece in question is not here, but on the opposite side, if I remember right. Yeah, it's like up there, that way. And the place we're trying to go is here in the cave. Mr. Attention says, truthfully, you like games like this. You beat Skyrim and you love Zelda also. I think if you get a chance to ever, get used to the difficulty curve, I think you would love Elden Ring. And then when I think when you're done playing that, you'll be ready for Reforged. At least that is my honest opinion. Anyway. Please don't listen to the people flaming the Nexus mods page or ragging on it in the subreddits. There are people that say, oh, this game is unfair and unfun because it removed all the cheese that, Miyazaki put into the game. And I'm like, well, you read the contract, right? You read the design philosophy behind Reforged, did you not? It's on the mod page. You can read it for yourself. It is supposed to be a more technical mod. which I think is cool. I like the technical mod, even if no one else does. Don't rag on it, just don't play it. My goodness. And some of the things that people take on as complaints are skill issue. There are some things that I think are infamous design decisions, and when we find them, I will point them out. I will be the first one to tell you, I think Reforged screwed up here. Promise. But I think those decisions are few and far between. Mr. Jason says, you like the funny thing that Skyrim will play on anything? I mean, it's true. Well, it was an optimized mess in the beginning, but it's kind of optimized now. Mr. Tension says your friend loves this game. Well, if your interest in theirs overlap, I think you'll love it too. Even more so if you can get it on computer and can play the mod. Elden Ring Reforged is mwah, chef's kiss. So you can hardly go wrong with another overhaul mod if and or when you get to playing that. All right, let's do this. And they hit kind of hard for how little health they have. Oh, yeah, I'm glad that didn't quite kill. There we go. I wanted to make sure I got that. Yay! So now we get the Spirit Spring. So we have a way up to Storm Hill pretty easily if we want it. Of course, I'm not going to take it, but I'll show you that it, it works like a functional Spirit Spring. I'll test it out right here. See? Works. Completely functional. I think the latent Spirit Springs are cool, if not slightly annoying. I still don't think the latent Spirit Spring mechanic is a bad one whatsoever. As long as it is done tastefully and not just play it how I would like you to. As long as it's not like that. Mr. Tension says, this game reminds you of Bloodborne. You love that game even though you died a few times. It's one of the few Soulsborne titles I have not had a chance to play. Fun fact. And that is because I have not carried a mainline PlayStation console. Other than once in my life, and even then, I did not carry it around long enough for Bloodborne. I just did not do that. It's one of the ones I'm hoping Sony will finally get the rod out of its ass and allow a remake of it all bloody ready. Mr. Jason says, either way, it certainly puts a spring in your step. Too true. It does put a spring in the step. You are right about that. Okay, so here is, I'm going to show you guys one of the few rune pieces in the game that in this run that are not worth collecting. There are a lot of them that you can get pretty easily if you're willing to fight or you're willing to walk around and look. I'm going to show you one that's evil. You're going to love that segment when we get to it. All of you are. Those of you that are veterans and those of you that are new to the game as a whole. Mr. Attention says you think you heard a remake
principles
coming
you
out?
would follow.
Heard about a remake coming out? There keep being rumors, and Sony keeps squashing the rumors, keeps saying no. I don't know. I'm gonna have to wait until the state of the game or state of play for me to take any rumors seriously. That's no fault of anyone. That is just it is clearly by design. It is clearly set up so that it is clearly set up. The rumors are set up in such a way as to drive hype when there otherwise would not be, in my opinion. Thank you for the ban, Saribot. Oh, yeah, random bot, too. Don't take random Discord invites for what that's worth. Mr. Tension says you're right, Mr. Coin, you just looked it up for me. Oh, really? No, I believe you. That's not what the oh, really is for. That is the... Is that actually... Do you have, like, the source? Do you mind linking that? I'm curious. I'm genuinely curious. Sony trashed the project? Yuck. Why? It's clear we're in remake land right now. We are in remake land. I want to reiterate that again for those that are not in the know about gaming. We're in remake era. Everyone's making remakes under the sun. Everyone is making remakes and remasters. Because creativity is dead and profit is what matters. Yuck, gross. I'm a capitalist and even I find that to be problematic. Ugh. Go ahead and grind up all these resources. I want to wait on the Miranda powder. Ooh, do I? Let's split the difference. No, let's split the difference. Something like that. I should have split the difference again, though. You just sent the link, Mr. Tension says. Very well. I'll take a look at that in a hot minute. So, after a little while. But thank you for that. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, you're glad that you did not order the Xenoblade Chronicles X Definitive Edition Nintendo Switch 2 edition, good sir. According to multiple sources, as Mr. Jason puts in the work to get many sources like you would, it was so bad that Nintendo offered a refund, and Nintendo is very stingy on refunds. Yikes. When you say bad, are we talking like the game got canned, can't play it bad, or just it turned out to not be a real thing, like ever at all? Take your time on that, because I know you're trying to look at things that don't give you straightforward answers. Take no rush on that, and that goes for anyone finding information as well. Mr. Jason says the graphics looked worse than on Nintendo Wii U. Wow. And I heard that Xenoblade Chronicles X looked pretty good on Wii U, all things considered. Like, it was a real powerhouse of a game. It looked pretty for the console it's on. That's wild. Mr. Jason says, indeed. You remember? Yeah. I watched Alessandri, an English content creator, play through that on his channel. It looked great. Mr. Tension says that's crazy. Sigh. Yep. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason pre-ordered 2 Xenoblade Chronicle X limited edition back in the day. Twice. Imagine that. I want to rest here now that I'm thinking on it. I'm trying to think if there are... No, actually, we're gonna need both. We're gonna need both of our utility spells. Thinking on it. Okay. let's go show you guys a rough ride of a cavern, shall we? It's not going to be this initial section. This part's pretty straightforward. You just drop down and you like, you know, double check your sixes for like wolves and such. There's one right there. Speaking of, I pass by this all the time and get mobbed by wolves. Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason does not want to admit, but even Mr. Jason knows that some of the Nintendo Switch 2 editions are more or less scams, and it's promoted by Nintendo. I think that's the worst part. Is Nintendo is supposed to be a developer of like quality, right? And or the development teams they work with are supposed to have good quality to them. I think it's nuts that they could just do that. That's not good. That's terrible. Oh, this one's a white one. Okay. And I got hit. Cool. Great. Fantastic. I don't know, man. You wonder why indie developers are eating really well right now. You know, Eric Barone, Team Cherry, and all these other people are eating well. You know, that's why. It's because the AAA studios are taking advantage of their consumer base, and they're saying we like it when stock go up. We don't care what we gotta do to get stock to go up. We're just gonna make stock go up. It's what happens. Sorry, I couldn't reach the mic in time to mute that. Mr. Jason says, did Mr. Jason tell you that Mr. Jason recently canceled the pre-order for the Nintendo Switch 2 edition, good sir? For a Switch 2 edition? I think you've told me you've canceled a few of them. Which one? This, remind me, refresh my memory. Is this a new one or an old one that you've canceled before? Okay, I got that one. Thank goodness. I don't like blowing your guys' eardrums out with me coughing and hacking in the mic. It's not good manners. It's not good stream etiquette to do that. Nice. Mr. Jason said, oh, it was the Bell Park. Yeah, I remember that one. Mr. Jason canceled the pre-order for the Super Mario Bros. Wonder Nintendo Switch 2 Edition Plus meetup in Bell Park because you were not paying £17 more for a few characters that basically play the same, and of course a couple of mostly multiplayer modes. Yeah. Okay, I do remember that one now. Yeah. It's kind of stinky. Gaming is dying. All these companies are kind of slowly putting the nail in the coffin in their own way, which is sad. It's so sad. It doesn't have to be this way. All everyone wants to do is trade stock, which I think is just ridiculous. Stocks are not effortless money. I just want to point that out. Stocks are not effortless money. You have to sit and read the stocks. Also, a lot of stocks are evaluated based on a real product or service. And if the product or service is garbage, then the stock is going to crash, which is exactly what happened with Microsoft, you know, before it went not belly up. Microsoft itself isn't going belly up, but like the you know, the Xbox went belly up. Like all of those departments ended up getting laid off or replaced as the console generally stopped selling. Mr. Jason says, and yet Mr. Jason was very pleased with Animal Crossing New Horizons Nintendo Switch 2 Edition. Good sir, very pleased that it came packaged with version 3.0.0, and that's really good preservation. Sure. Yeah, like that's all fine. And I'm glad you're pleased with that, for what that's worth. How do I word this next part? And I know people are like, ew, you're capitalists. Capitalist scum. Get out of here. Look, I'm a capitalist that agrees that certain things should be decommodified. I am not a super staunch, hardline capitalist. I think it is a system. It is a tool like anything else. Socialism is a tool. Communism is a tool. They're all tools. It's how you use them. There are cases where the free market works great, and it should be the preferred method of management for some things. And then there are places where I think collectives or government can do a better job at that. Healthcare should be one of those things that should be decommodified. If we decommodify it, we would get rid of insurance companies. It should just come directly in the form of taxes, and then GDP. The GDP should be directly weighted based on our overall health and success. That's at least my honest personal opinion. Please tell me that died and it didn't like wait somewhere in the wings at the bottom. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason voted with Mr. Jason's money and almost immediately ordered a second copy. Nice! So now, good sir, you have a new and sealed copy of Animal Crossing New Horizons version 1.0 and a sealed copy of the Nintendo Switch 2 edition with version 3.0. Nice, that's good. Yes, that is good preservation. Video game preservation is something else. That's another reason to buy copies of things for history. I totally get behind that. There are lots of reasons to collect things. Lots of them. This part right here. Oh, also, the room piece in question. I was, right here. It's literally right here. I kind of know what you would have to do to get it. And I'm willing to put a death here. I've fallen down, so I can't do it now. But I think I kind of know what you need to do in order to get it. I've watched a YouTube video on this exactly once. I think I remember the overall steps. Mr. Jason says, although version 1.0 was incredibly bare bones, it didn't even come with Easter, Halloween, or Christmas. Although that might be a hot commodity. A copy that doesn't have Bunny Day. Too true. Like I said, it's history. And it would be worth something on resale should it come to that. Or, you know, a museum might be willing to pay a pretty penny to archive it. That kind of thing. Okay. There are 2 bats down there. I think I can maybe toss a bone dart down there and I can get them to fly out. I have to not damage them with the bone dart, is the thing. Or I could do like this. Ha! Mr. Jason says, you offered your entire pasta collection to an Italian museum the other week, good sir. They offered me a pretty penny. Funny. Excellent. Absolutely fantastic. Good one. God dang, nabbit. Yes. I'm sorry, video game. What's all this now? Ooh, let me not fall down there. Come on. Thank you. Let me make sure there are no loose enemies in here. You guys remember I said that nature might be calling me during the intermission, the commercial break? I feel it calling me right now. And so I'm gonna have to take that break. Mr. Tension says you're not lying, Mr. Coin. You say on the internet someone sold a Pokemon card for $36 million. That's crazy. It's probably either like a misprint or an old printing. Yeah, there are Magic cards that are worth that much, and cards that are worth more than that. If you remember the old news about the $1 million One Ring. When the Lord of the Rings set released, yeah, that card was actually evaluated at $1 million. There was also a box set that was sold as a scam or a ripoff by Wizards of the Coast for that much. The One Ring was actually worth the $1 million. The box pre-order ripoff, not so much. Okay, I hate doing this, but I do have to take that break. This is one of our one of the unscripted breaks. I have not had these in a while. I'm gonna go ahead and input the command, and I should hopefully be back in just a moment. See you guys after that. Oh, sorry about that. Wow, that was an unfun experience. Anyway. Everything on the apps look good, so let's get back to business. I'm gonna try to make up for lost time here. Yeah, so like I was saying earlier, I'll point out the rune piece again because I know it's been a few minutes. That one up there sitting on top of the pillar. There is probably a way to get to it without too much effort, but I've always just skipped this particular rune piece. It has never felt particularly worth it to take calculated risks like that. It never has. I'd be willing to see some footage to prove me wrong, and maybe it is just simple jumps, but your friend Coin ain't buying it. And if it ain't buying, it ain't worth selling to you. I'll put it that way. I guess let's head over this way. Because I think this will bring me around to that point in the cave anyway. And then we can get on with a more difficult fight, let's say. Because that's how I would word it. That part was easy. I kind of call this the breather room in this cavern. As long as you've got the spells to deal with it, and you should be able to get your FP back no problem. Now, I have gone through this room with lightning spells only, and let me tell you that it is a completely different story. A lot of lightning spells require a lot of open space, and they don't particularly work very well if you don't have open space. I'm not kidding on that. I wish I was. If you guys do end up voting for that when I get ready to resubmit the vote item, and I have a way to like collect that data on Stoat chat, then I'll show you what that looks like. How difficult, like trying to go for lightning spell start actually is without doing New Game Plus. Alright, it's focus time. I'll see you guys on the other side of this, but I am going to take a quick drink before I do that. Because this boss resists lightning fire pretty heavily. Mr. Tension said, I will read this. Mr. Tension says, Mr. Coin, you read the chat while you took a break. That's real sad what Mr. Gordogoku was going through. Yep, absolutely. Please do give him, give him your thoughts and prayers, and I'll let him know that Mr. Tension is thinking of him. Absolutely. And his mom. Absolutely. With that said, however, we're going to lock in, and hopefully this won't take that long. Yeah, I figured that's what you meant, Tension. I figured that's what you meant. Nice. Thank you for the GGs. Much appreciated. Like I said, this thing resists fire. It absolutely butchered my summons. They didn't stand a chance, like, whatsoever. Not fun. Not great. It's kind of an early wall for the run, like a pretty early game wall at that. Okay, so now I will, you know, risk a death here and show you guys how I think you would probably get that particular rune piece I said was gonna be skipped over earlier. I'll kind of demonstrate that. Just gonna make some more oil. And I'll definitely need more blazing substance. What's up, Mr. Jason? You're gonna head off now to get a drink before it's too late? Very well, Mr. Jason. Thank you so much for stopping by. It was good to see you, sir. As always, do rest well, my lovely senator, and I do hope to see you again sooner rather than later. But if not, and I don't get to see you again, do stay safe and take care of yourself. Enjoy your drink. And we're just gonna be here slavering away, slaving away on a hot controller for, you know, the, for the rune piece. I'm glad you're excited for tomorrow, for what that's worth. Just gonna... Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason has that 150 pounds. Nice. Plus potentially more if you don't spend as much on Easter eggs in the next couple of weeks. That'll be a joyous time indeed. Well, stay the course and you'll be able to spend the poundage on what you actually want to spend it on. But if not, you could probably get something else similar and notable next time. We all have times where we fall off the horse. It's important, and falling off the horse is important. But the other things that are also important include how we get back on the horse. What's up, Mr. Jason? The other day, your mom sat on your bed and did admit that your Easter egg was really nice, but she's still shocked that it costs so much. Yeah, it's just, it's chocolate is expensive, my guy. Absolutely it's absolutely expensive. Oh man, that's totally not an overused joke.
Sure, Jan.
Totally not. Now let's see if I can do it without getting do this without getting blown up the other.
Off in the distance, my senators and inductees. That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
I really appreciate everyone's time that they've spent here. It means the world to me. It would also mean the world if you could electrify my algorithm by following my Twitch channel, subscribing to my YouTube channel, liking the video and or streams on YouTube, and even leaving a comment. Doing all of those things ensures that when I zap your feeds with a live or a long-form content notification, you don't have to worry about missing any quality content. Thank you guys for sitting through that. I'll catch up on messages really quick. Mr. Jason says, your dad the other day said, you do know that there is an average shop, around an average shop, right? Mr. Jason says, yes. Yes. Mr. Jason twiddles his fingers and says, but it's worth it. It's worth it. It'll all be worth it. My enjoyment and the memory that I create from purchasing the egg, it'll all be worth it. Get to take pictures of that egg. I do hope you take pictures of stuff you buy, because you know, some stuff like chocolate is perishable, and so having having that item available is good. Mr. Jason says, like a Mr. Coin stream and a Miss Carly stream, it is worth it. Exactly. Speaking of things that are worth it, or, well, actually not very worth it, but I need to get it done anyway, we do take commercial breaks around here at the top of each and every hour. We'll be taking our final one for the day. There will be one coming up in about less than 3 minutes, a little bit less than 3 minutes. And when that time comes, to the left of my webcam will be a timer that reads 3 minutes and 0 seconds, and during that time the ads will be playing. I'll be getting up and stretching and doing other things. I highly encourage my lovely and wonderful audience to do the exact same thing. It'll pass by the time that much faster for you, but spend the time however you like. Once that timer does reach 0 minutes and 0 seconds, the ads will be over. I'll be back at my desk, and we can pick up where we left off. We're going to have to try to really make for lost time here. But let's see if we can't get this. I actually didn't even think you could jump up here. I'm going to be extremely for real on that. Okay, actually, you know what? This is a pretty easy rune piece to get. Mr. Jason says you'll be delayed after the break by 21 hours. You did say you were headed out the door, good sir. Okay, actually, I'll stop skipping this rune piece. That was easy. Why did I fight this so hard? I guess I just didn't know you could land in that water rapid. Now I know. That's going to be a painful bit of muscle memory to unlearn, but I will unlearn it, given the time. Let's go through Stormgate, but I'm going to do it backwards. I'm not going to do that forward. I would never rush through Stormgate forward ever again, now that I know I can go around it. Absolutely hog wild. Thank you, Mr. Tension. Thank you very much.
Wait, well, you'll...
Let's sell some stuff. Lots of stuff. And not stuff I need accidentally. Let's not do that either. Mr. Tension says progression is the best. It is. the best medicine when you're stalling in runs. Truly. Don't need Blue Dancer charm. There is an equivalent of this charm in Elden Ring Reforged. That's for elemental attack power. We'll want that one for later. Possibly.
Goodbye for now.
Gonna go ahead and come up here and level up. And I think I will wait for the commercial break before moving
My turn. Let my
too
hand
far forward.
with me. Your thoughts.
Probably adjust. Let's adjust. What was I gonna adjust? I guess I'll have to do that after the break. See you guys then. Welcome back, everybody. Hopefully, we all got something we wanted out of our commercial break, even if it was just waiting for it to end. I know I know commercials are not what we're looking to be advertised or, we don't want them on our screens. But in a world where free things exist, advertisements also exist. They just could be handled in a better manner than they currently are. That's all. Okay. What was our split again? Ah, yes. Stormgate. Time to do Stormgate skip and enter Stormgate from the back. Because I cannot be bothered to go through Stormgate in the front. I believe that is right over here. Just come in, hop across. Oh, no. Oh, okay. Thankfully, if you do fall down, you can get back up pretty easily if you just walk the seams a bit, like mountain climb, Skyrim style, as it were. Look at how easy that is. First things first, before we go to Stormgate, though, I do want to come here and collect a couple of items. Most notably, there are some here at the church, or at a church, I should say, that, that we can grab. Then they're pretty easy inclusions, too. You just mind the bat. Stay away from the bat, if you can at all, if possible, help that. The Church of Vengeance contains a Redeemer's Plated Finger, which is useful for online interactions. You need this item if you want to play online. The Twin Maiden Husks do sell that item. They do sell a copy of that kind of item, but it is kind of expensive. You're better off finding it here at the Church of Vengeance for free. I should also say that is for free. Let's see. There is a rune piece around here, if I recall correctly. It's right there. And then there's an item. I think there's another rune piece here, too. Gracebound Greatsword and Gracebound Round Shield. The shield extends the distance of sliding. Huh. I'm kind of curious. And if I put it away... That's, what, double this? That's like double the distance. And the Gracebound Greatsword has an arc that will coat the weapon in flame. Mr. Attention says, you flying through this game for sure? Just wait until the run we actually do a real run. We'll be flying much, much faster. The only reason I'm going slow is because I want you guys to see the game too. I'm really trying to straddle that middle line between what we had in Tears of the Kingdom and how I know challenge runs to be. And the challenge runs can get pretty fast without speed runs, honestly. Okay, it's like over there. That's what I was looking for. Just needed to find the right spot again. I remember the one on the cliff face. I did not remember the one on the pillars quite so well. It also kind of helps if you scout the game out in advance, too. Alright, Stormgate time. Stormgate is this area right here. It includes the actual gate itself, as well as the passageway into the gate from the hills and the Gatefront Ruins area. This place is... Stormgate is not fun to traipse through if you're going through it on this side. Are you serious? Get out of here. Disappear, you silly little ram. Nice. 2 for 1 special. Mr. Jason says, but yes, good sir, since you're still here for a little while, you were talking about a certain Easter egg from a certain British chocolatier in one's friend's stream, and someone in the chat said, that's a very ritzy egg. If you had that, you put it in a glass case. Yeah, your Easter eggs make me think of Faberge eggs, Mr. Jason. That is exactly what they make me think of. You know, jeweled eggs that kind of belong in a museum, or they're like museum quality pieces. Yeah. The Easter eggs you've shown me are something that belong in a glass case. Of course, eating them probably tastes really good. Like, tasting them is really good, I can imagine, but it almost feels, they almost feel too glammy, too glamorous to eat. For better and worse. Got to be careful because I know this guy is literally right here. Mr. Jason says this is Mr. Jason's second now, so 180 pounds so far. I mean, you told me that the first egg was great, so I can imagine the second egg being hopefully just as great. So this is the top side of Stormgate while those conversations are cooking. This is the top side. There are like 2 or 3 soldiers here. If you look over there, we can probably take one of them out. Or, you know, we would if the angling were correct. Instead, you know, our Catalyst R2 is going to be putting in a load of work. Don't think there's any rune pieces in here, but I'm going to check anyway. Mr. Jason says it's 6 years, that's over $500,000. Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine. Yeah, that's $500,000 in money. That's... Yeah, I would find a way to, like, preserve one in liquid nitrogen and never eat it. Ever. Or, I don't know, soak it in formaldehyde. Do something to preserve it for all time, so I always have it. Mr. Tension says, Mr. Coin in Twilight Princess, that fire temple was crazy. It's definitely a challenge. I would say the fire temple in that location is a step up from the forest temple for sure. Mostly in the sense that you know, that there's more combat. The combat is more stressful. More than anything, when it comes to that place, both the mid boss and the major boss hike up the challenge significantly. I should have dodged that and didn't. Stop that. Get help. Mr. Jason says, Hotel Chocolat Patisserie Chocolate Ostrich Easter Egg is 90 pounds. Mr. Coin and Miss Carly, absolutely priceless. I appreciate that, good sir, for what that's worth. Mr. Tension says, agreed. Yeah, it is a difficulty spike, but once you get used to it, it's not bad. It's just mostly getting used to it, especially if it's been a while since you've played Twilight Princess. The mid-boss in particular can be finicky. I would say the final boss of that temple, not so much. But the mid-boss is finicky. I have died to him before. I have seen other people die to him before. Couldn't even come in for an attack. Silly Billy. Um, I think the other thing that will trip people up is finding the golden bugs. In Twilight Princess, the collectible that is responsible for wall upgrades is the golden bugs. Those will take a long time to get. Some of them more than others. Mr. Tension says, yeah, he was tough also. Yeah. Even if you are a combat veteran, the final boss of that temple can be, it can pull on, he is capable of pulling out a few tricks. Okay. I think we're good there. So instead, what I'm gonna do is we could drop down and die. I don't recommend that. We could, like, go back around and unskip to go in through the front. I don't recommend that either. Instead, what I'm going to recommend is you come in through the back, like this. And repeatedly click your control stick, your right control stick, to see where some enemies are. They will be hiding in bushes. And the reason I say to do this is because some of them have blowhorns. If you let them blow, like that one right there. See that bugle around their waist? If they blow that, everyone in a certain radius, like that, I don't know if people could hear that, but a lot of them just kind of like activated. Yeah, you don't want to let them blow horns at you or in the area. That is gonna get you killed, because you go from fighting like 4 or 5 soldiers to, like, I'm not kidding, 12 in just one horn, just one blow of the horn. Never mind if you manage to chain a couple of these guys that can blow horns together, you could have like a whole encampment after you of like just 20 of them, including a heavily plated knight. You don't want that. Mr. Tension says, you ain't lying on the bug part, and also you were looking for a minute, looking for one for 30 minutes. Yeah, I did. I spent like 8 hours looking for one, like 4 in one instance and like 4 in another. Yeah, some of those bugs were rough. I had to whip out the guidebook in the end to like find it. Mr. Tension says, taking notes. Yes, sir. I should be taking notes, but I have decided that I'm going, unless I need to take notes for something in particular, I'm going to try to do that off camera, just to kind of give us some more time, more than anything. Normally, if you ran through this front gate, let me, I'll kind of like point this out. You can go through the front, it's open. If you do that, there are 3 guys over here, two of them with crossbows. There are 3 guys over here, 2 of them with crossbows. There was a giant above us. We defeated him so he wouldn't jump down. He'll jump down if you don't do that. And then you have all those guys in the back that there are like 5 of them that we just killed. Running through Stormgate is not a good idea. I will reiterate this. Running through Stormgate is bad. Do not do that. Unless you're looking for a death wish. Instead, come over here. Go to these like ruined buildings, this one in particular, right here. And make the jump over. Skip this way, come around, and kill from the top down. That's going to be much better and much less stressful for you. If you're determined to get everything out of Stormgate, that is. And we managed to only pull one of them, which is good. Oh, were there only 2 here? Okay. Okay, so make that 5. 2 here and 3 over there. And we got seen just by walking out in the open with one of them. Let's not do that. And it's raining again. Heck, nabbit. I hate it when this game does that. Five hits to kill these when it's raining. Disgusting. And this item here. Oh, there was the third one. Okay, we can sneak up on him. I said we can sneak up on him, video game. Ah, sigh. No, keep walking over there. Shh, be very quiet. We're hunting for soldiers. Shh. He says while tripping over a bundle of wood in the background. I'm still not the best at sneaking. One little misstep and I went from being able to get a free 2-hit combo to almost not getting the kill and getting struck back really hard. Mr. Tension says, Mr. Coin, you gotta go back and collect one bug. You've collected the rest so far? Nice. Yeah, looking around and trying to find that one bug is almost that is a painful prospect. I get that. Well, with any luck, it won't take you long to find. Stormgate is done, by the way. We're close. I wanted us to get to the encampment, or the recusant today. And some of these should go by pretty fast. See, did that move the split? Did that move the split? It did move the split. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Tension. Thank you very much. And now we're going to go do something kind of difficult. But it's something that the game is going to force you to, like, do a lot. Thank you. I appreciate that. Right now, I probably make this look easy, or easier than it actually is. Just wait until we get to, like, the middle of the game. Or, I end up having to fight a difficult shard bearer, or one of the more notorious fights, the fire giant. Which of hello. Oh, I forgot you were out here. I forgot about you. These are less resistant to fire. Oh, really? Come on. I really didn't want to be carrying a -1 into the Crucible Knight, but that's fine, I guess. It's fine. Oh, right, you get one from killing one. Mr. Tension says, wow, he's huge. He takes up the whole screen, Mr. Coin. Yes. And that's with the camera fix, I might add. Because the Elden Ring Reforged mod also touches a lot of camera issues, or fixes a lot of camera issues and lighting bugs that are in the original. Yeah, imagine your camera wouldn't even be able to zoom out to get the full thing, or kind of the full thing, on paper. That wouldn't be a thing that happens. I'm glad you think so, Mr. Tension. I'm glad you think so. Now this boss here is going to require, let's say, some trial and error. And you guys are going to see how hard he is. I'm going to go ahead and throw up the overlay here. Wow, I usually die to him at least once. He's hard. He has a shield, which basically absorbs a lot of elemental damage. Fire and lightning spells have a really hard time working on him. Holy spells already tend not to deal a lot of damage. Physical damage also gets heavily resisted by the shield that he's wearing. So, in general, spellcasters just have a rough time against him. Like a really rough time. So I feel good that I was able to do that once. In one try. So now we're off to do another boss. Mr. Jason says, one last thing. You might share an image of something cool with you on Discord tomorrow? Go right ahead. Yeah, when tomorrow. Feel free. Absolutely. I'll be looking forward to it. And no, it's not just a photo of you this time. Oh. It's not a Saucy Blathers meme this time. Before continuing, I think now would be a particularly good opportunity to upgrade our catalyst by +1. If you use a Redeemer's Plated Finger, you will make yourself open to summons for rescue from other worlds. The multiplayer session will begin once you've been summoned as a Redeemer, and your objective is to defeat the invader of that world. The compass at the top of the screen indicates the direction of the summoner, the host of fingers. We don't need that. We can't do that during a run anyway, but that is good information if you're wanting to say, you know, if you're wanting to say, like, you know, play multiplayer later, you can do that. Mr. Jason says it's something cool, but not you this time. Understandable. I'll keep my eyes peeled then. Looking forward to it.
Well, I took you no matter, it's all the same. Lay out your own.
Okay, +1. We get a 5-point upgrade to our communion seal, which is really good. 5 spell attack power matters a lot. Makes the scaling better too, among other things.
Well then.
I would like to finally buy out O-Flame. Thank you very much.
May the gold.
Do we have what we need? Can we sell stuff? Not exactly. Not really, no. There are some things. It's only 3K. Let's take a look. I would be remiss if I didn't take a look. Okay, so yeah, that's 3K. Please tell him. Okay, I do not have that equipped. Good. So that's 600 right there. That's 200. And then we did get some items. Increases the effective range of bows. I'm torn. I want to keep this because it might be useful for triggering traps. We actually do want to purchase a longbow at some point, and the reason is exclusively for triggering like statues and stuff. Bone darts won't always cut it, so having the ability to quickly become an archer on the fly is not a half bad idea. Okay, let's oh, there is something I can show you guys while I'm thinking on it. I can show you this. It's back down here in the Gilded Courtyard. I can spare 2 minutes to do this. That's about all it'll take. If I take a look at our codex, there's an item here. Let's see it. Rewards available. So for every 5% of the codex that we log, we get Starlight tokens. Starlight tokens are a powerful resource which may be exchanged for any piece of gear in the lands between. They are rare to obtain from limited sources, such as remembrances and progress through the Codex of the All-Knowing, so spend them wisely. Visit the altar in the Chapel of Anticipation to exchange these tokens for powerful goods. Once you've done so, the Shrine of Anticipation at the Gilded Court, not Gilded Courtyard, also becomes available. It is only fitting that a guest earns their keep. A welcome development. Sure. The other thing I wanted to show is this. Let's touch the painting. Let's see what happens. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, and non-binary people. A warping system. We could already fast travel from Sites of Grace, right? You'd think that would be good enough. But you can warp to any painting you've completed, which is really freaking cool. Even if it's not all that useful, it is awesome. I love this little attention to detail. I like it a lot. I think it's cool that You don't just get an item. You get the ability to go back to that exact spot. Useful for farming. Among other things. Hi-ho, silver, and away! Something along those lines, right? I think it's over here. I believe there is a crystal tier out this way, if I remember right. And we're going to collect a couple of items as we do this. See if I remember the exact location of this right. I think it's like over here toward the end. And you can slip through. Yes, here it is. Rune piece right there. Easy to miss. One of the easier rune pieces in the game to miss. Please tell me I have the owl. I believe I have an owl. Let's just do a quick check. Yes, we have an owl. Good. I want your slumbering egg, though. I said give me your slumbering egg. Thank you. If you guys like wildlife in general, you're going to be really sad in this, in these challenge runs. We have to kill so many of them for crafting items. Whether base game or Reforged doesn't much matter. Oh yeah, we could go to the recusant right here. Let's do that. Let's see. Yeah, let's do it like this. There. Now I can meet my target goal a little bit earlier. And I don't have wolves to deal with, which is even better, honestly. I believe you spawn right here. Gotta watch out. He can hyper armor like that. I tell you, they just don't know what to do with this move. A lot of NPC invaders do not know what to do if you could ambush them with it. Beautiful. Hammer Talisman is a good one. It retains its usefulness in vanilla, increasing poise damage and stuff. I like to wear it in the early game when I know I'm going to be dealing with blocking NPCs a lot. We don't need that. Thank you, though, video game. Now let's go collect the 2 or 3 rune pieces that are around this area. I know they're here. They're kind of deceptive to find, too. There's one right there. This did have, like, a little bit of a Colosseum thing going on in early patches of Elden Ring Reforged. I was around when Fernifer was trying to do something with this, but then, FromSoft came out with the actual PvP modes for Elden Ring, and that idea got trashed pretty quickly because, fun fact, the PvP that's in this game, if it's not out in the open field, does take place in the Colosseum, so you can't have something in the Colosseum there. It's just not permissible. So instead, that got trashed, and only much later did we get, did the Elden Ring community get PvP content. You could kind of do it with seamless co-op before, but that's co-op. If you wanted to actually versus someone, you would get banned off of the like live platform service. So I'm very glad that there is a PvP community for Reforged. I truly am. I also hope there's a similar one for Convergence. It doesn't have to be rolled out the same way. It would just be nice if everyone had access to it. Ooh, soporific grease. Nice. I thought for sure there would be a rune piece up here. I guess not. Okay. Nice. Let's freaking go. Is that a scarab up there? I think that's a scarab up there. And that is an avowed knight. Hold on. Avowed knight. Let me make sure I've added that to the thing. I knew I was forgetting something. Oh, that's just a regular old Godric knight. Okay. We do get a pretty important Ash of War. This lets us put blessed on some of our offhand items, and that is the Golden Vow. This baseline Art of War increases our attack power and defense power for a short time. Really important early game. Okay, so there's that. What's next? The Bell-Bearing Hunter. Okay. That one's over here, and this one's a nighttime boss. We're flying through now. We won't be flying through later. Especially one of the more infamous bosses in base Elden Ring is Melania, Goddess of Rot. She's the most difficult boss in the entire game. Even the mod does take a pretty heavy nerf back to her, but she's still fairly powerful. Like her AI is not to be messed with. I'm not kidding. It took me 36 deaths to beat her the first time. And that was with not having fought her before. Most people do die more than that, but I still had to... I had to fall over on my sword a lot to learn. Learn from her behavior. Hello, Bernal.
Not seen you before. Name's Bernard. Tarnished, just like you. Let me ask you something. Are you here in the lands between to take up the fight? Does your faith in the guidance of grace hold firm, despite the collapse of the Golden Order? Yes, you're a Tarnished through and through. Takes me back. That's a quality needed now more than ever. Any interest in bearing the torch of my battle arts? All I know is the sword.
picked up a fair few tricks in my time too. Now's the time to pass them on to a good and proper tarnished like you.
Sure. I can buy a few. But before that,
There's a myriad of battle arts in these lands that I've yet to discover. Mementos of all the warriors who raised their arms in battle, lost and died. A fine tale, all told of true chivalric romance. That's how I fell in love with the sword and the arts of combat. It grants meaning even to falling in battle, to death itself.
we want endure. We want parry, quick step, and kick. We want those 4 things.
Well, until we meet again.
We have to buy a minimum number of battle arts, and it's got to be nighttime before we make, before we bring this boss out. I don't know why you have to buy 3 battle arts, but you do. The game will not let you fight this next one unless you buy from him. And you're still here, buddy. Do I have to talk to you?
I'm here to learn a battle art or two. Well,
All right. The boss can be a little bit finicky. Bell-bearing hunter can be finicky sometimes. Yeah, there he is. There we go. You gotta look for some eerie stillness in the air. Time for the focus overlay to go up though, because this boss is a doozy. See you guys on the other side of this. I'm sorry, why did the camera unsnap there? He used to be a lot harder in vanilla. And this first one isn't too bad, but you do have to fight him over and over. And subsequent fights do get really hard for no reason. So I know this bug was fixed some time ago, but I am hoping that it was fixed. I'm hoping that it was fixed, or it continues to remain fixed moving forward. Because I know some bug fixes had to be redone over the year, or over the months and months and months that this game has been out. We're back here to buy Memory Stone. It is time. We need to buy one. So, the memory slots we are looking at here, let's see if I can't find it. Yeah, so the middle section of the page, and I am covering up the defenses and attack power and such. We start out with 5 attunement slots, which is pretty good. Most spell blades need about that many, maybe slightly more. We're full-on casters. We need more than that. We need a lot more than that. And that means a memory stone. Each memory stone gives us 1 more spell slot, and I believe you have a limit of 12. You're allowed to fit in 14, and you have a secret 15th with Mystic Ashes, but that's for later. Let me just put no skill on this so I don't accidentally use a spell I'm not supposed to. There. Remind me what no skill does again on this. Okay, that opens up our heavy. Understandable. Okay. Let's see if we can fit in a death bird. Here. I think I have just enough time for that. Not quite the Stormhill encampment, but I feel like we've made very good progress today. At least I like to think so. It is morning, though. That might be okay. There are a couple things I want to... It's mainly over here. That's kind of the one I want to break down. I mean, not the time to drink is now. You can grind these for levels as well. They're giants and like land octopi can be pretty good in the beginning, actually. Not the best, of course, but good. Good enough. I think there's a rune piece here, which is why I'm like, you know, idling the time. The other thing I wanted to kind of get before that can be done on our way to clearing out what we need to for this last boss for the session. Okay, I'm apparently huffing fumes here. Alright. Let's reset this. How much do we need for level? Okay, I think 2 of these. Oh, can we sell soporific grease to you?
Here to learn about.
No, we cannot. That is definitely worth a trip over to the merchant real quick. Sell some grease and level up.
Wait, well, you're back.
I do need to sell... you know what? I can sell the rainbow stones. I'll keep 1.
Goodbye.
Good. I got it almost down exactly. That's hilarious.
Shall I to let my hand share them with me?
I think we're doing pretty good for not touching our primary stat too much in the beginning. That's just me, though. Alright. Let's make it nighttime and try to... We're gonna fillet a bird. That's what's gonna happen. Or at least try to. And I'll go over stream if I have to. I don't have anywhere it gotta be today. So if we have to spend a few minutes overtime, I'll do it. That did not take long for him to, like, stamp me underfoot. I'm sorry, video game. That hit was kind of nonsense. Bye. That statue there, we want to break this open. It has, I believe that is a smithing stone 2 in there, which is going to be good for us to sell, if nothing else. I want to be careful. I don't want to lure the boss over yet. I should not have done that. Game punished me for that. I need to get away from those flying bats. Okay, let's see if I can make this work, since we're a bit low on time. Yep, got it. Okay. Nice. And was I correct? I was. Cool. Where do I want to end this off for the day? I think I will head up to... There is a rune piece over in this general area I want to grab. That's the last thing I'll do. And then we'll kind of end things off. And we'll deal with the encampment tomorrow. Encampment and other stuff tomorrow. Nice. Anything else while we're right here? Oh, actually, I will add one teeny tiny other thing. I guess we're not ending off there with a good view. I want to empty runes, which means level up. I do want to level up. One more point of dex, please, video game.
Shall I let my hand share them with me? Your thoughts.
My lovely senators and inductees, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. This has been another session of Elden Ring Reforged, Deathless, all content, fire spells only routing. If you guys like the content, you guys know the algorithmic things to do. I'd love to have you in my hallowed halls anytime. For you guys on Kick, let's see if this command works. GG's coin, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tension. And God bless be to you as well, Mr. Tension, absolutely. Is there anything else I want to say? Yeah, still working on Stoat Chat. Gonna try to get that, I'm not gonna be able to get that wrapped up today, but I want to try to get that wrapped up by this weekend. I'll also try to get the vlog up and loaded for Saturday. Vlog number 8, I owe you guys for Monday. Yeah, I owe you guys for Monday. I'll put it that way. Still working on other stuff too. I've not forgotten anything. Promise. My lovely senators, my name is Coin, and this has been another session of Elden Ring Reforged. Challenge run routing. Do stay safe and take care of yourselves. You know where my hallowed halls are. And for you guys on Kick, you can always pathfind to my YouTube channel, and that should take care of things for you. And of course, all of you are welcome amidst my hallowed halls anytime. I'll see you guys tomorrow. And with that, goodbye.